Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. Hey, Starfighter. Hey, Lulnude? Sorry if I got that wrong. Lulnod? Yeah, I'm gonna try actual hard difficulty, and I'm on the 4.0 beta, which is, certainly not balanced yet. So this is gonna be 2 long O's, okay. So this is gonna be probably a mess. But yeah, we're gonna try actual moderate is the speedrunner difficulty, yeah. And I think I don't remember if my KOS only save is based on moderate or normal. But I've been writing code for a different project for the past couple days, and I just don't feel like programming on stream today. So I'm skipping KOS only. We're going to do something else. I saw that the 4.0 pre-releases were around, so I was like, you know what? What the heck? Let's try out 4.0. And because I'm me, I can't just leave it at that. We have to do something weird with it, so we're going up to hard difficulty. Yeah, so let's take a look at what other settings could do a speedrun. I could try. I don't really know the meta for the speedrunning, and I'm sure it's changing in 4.0. But, you do? That is true. I see you around in the Discord. What do I need to change? Incurbalism, electric charge off. Require signal, plasma blackout. And what else do I usually set? I don't remember. RO mods, flip these because I don't like the default flag, and I do like persistent recolors. RP-1. Turn off procedural avionics. 100% thrust default should already be set in my global settings. Don't think there's anything to change with any of these. Oh, excellent. Hard mode turns on pre-launch ignition failures by default. That's going to be exciting. Grab our standard logo. So I know with hard mode, we're starting with like half the funds. Oh, let's see. Astronauts. These guys are going to cost me money, aren't they? Wait, this is not career. Did I accidentally start in sandbox? That might be my problem. I did a sandbox. Oh, yes, I did do a sandbox. Oops. All right. Apparently, fun fact, if you start a game, leave the game, and come back to start new, it remembers this checkbox and keeps it on sandbox. Because I did a quick sandbox, you know, just to make sure everything was working, because this is a fresh install before the stream. EC uncheck, require signal check, plasma blackout check. RO, oh, and here we go. I missed that setting before anyway. RP-1, yeah, here we go. All of these settings that we're missing too. All right, let me flip through everything one more time. Make sure there's nothing else that I want to change. Most of these don't need. Don't show pop-up for click-through blocker. Kerbal renamer is fine. Kerbalism is fine. KOS should be fine. I don't know how much I'm going to be using KOS. I don't think it always defaults to sandbox. I think it defaults to career. I could be wrong, though. Alright, let's try this again. Don't show this again. I know how to do an RP-1 setup. Oh, should we pick a fun launch site instead of Cape Canaveral? I feel like we always do Cape Canaveral. Could still try to do some of the speedrun strats. They might even be more relevant as far as cost savings in hard mode. Although, how hard do I want hard mode? Yeah, that's... I mean... Here? That is an interesting... What's our latitude there? Further north than... Oh, it's 2 kilometers altitude. Okay. So you just get... Well, more than 2 kilometers for free, right? Because you're also going to be higher in the atmosphere earlier, which means better ISP on all your engines earlier. So you get a few kilometers just for free. That's funny. Better ISP, yep. Sure. Let's do the OP one. Ooh, this is fun. I like the atmospheric effects here. I'm going to assume, I mean, early rockets at breakneck. We need the funding earlier. Is the speed run, it's like being thrown up with 200 meters a second from sea level for free? Yeah. Is the speed run meta to do planes? I assume it is, because planes is a lot of money. And I still don't like planes. Planes on fast. Guess what? On hard mode, I don't have the confidence to take this on breakneck and something else on fast. So we're going to have to take suborbital on normal. Because that's all we can take. Yeah, take them on normal, not breakneck. Yeah, it's too late. I already took it on breakneck. Early rocket development on breakneck should be possible. We should be able to do this in 4.5 years, even with hard mode. All right. First launch. 12.5 months, yeah. You save the confidence that you need later, yeah. We are just gonna have to build confidence from flying some contracts. $2x downrange with 500 sounding payload, yeah. Because, yeah, those downranges give confidence, don't they? Alright, this is... I've built this rocket a million times. Oh, whoops, I wanted not round 1. Peaked 2 is the one that's usually the most aerodynamic. I feel like I've checked this on a bunch of different rockets, and Peaked 2 always comes out ahead, according to FAR. Just put the fuel tank on. That is true, the heavier mass up top. The problem that I was thinking about with that is... Well, I guess an empty fuel tank isn't that heavy. As far as... by the time we're recovering, we're going to have a new design anyway, aren't we? We're going to go up to 38 centimeters, etc., etc. So you can put the fuel tank on top without as much issue. You know what? That's a reasonable plan. Oops. There we go. That's actually really close, isn't it? With 2-meter tanks there. 47, 52 and a half. I'll take that. And fins. They're thick still, yeah. That might be too thin. Those might not have the strength for what we need. Let's do 2. Alright, yeah, that's probably fine. What does FAR say? Did I get this to a reasonable place? Mach 1 wave drag area, 0.002. I've gotten it lower in the past, but you know what? We'll see how high it goes in the sim, and we'll mess with it from there. Oh, decoupler would help, wouldn't it? With booster, it definitely will. I don't know if I've ever made a bee that couldn't hit, with a booster that couldn't hit the Carmen line. It might not hit 140, though, although 140 is nice for the science. Oops. And where's the avionics GUI? Science core start like 40. Make you a nice round number. Right, what's our runtime? Oh. 6 minutes? We might need a little bit more to make it all the way to, although actually, 1 second. We're not simming all this right. Where's the communication? There it is. Yeah, 6 minutes. Okay. We might need a little more battery than that. Should be like 9 minutes now. There we go. Nothing really special about this as a bee. It helps if I set my staging, doesn't it? Oh, this goes way up. Awesome. Cool. Sure, this is Earth, not Hell. Insert politically incorrect comment about China here. All right, I want to confirm how much EC we have left when we get down to... Oh, we still have like 20 left, so 40 would have been good enough. Because we're below the science threshold now. Okay. Not that that, I think, is a huge difference in Delta V. Although with battery tech level 0, maybe. If I'm min-maxing, I can reduce the radio strength. That is true. I already did bring it down so that it's always transmitting. But I guess this can probably keep with the new science. Where is the Kerbalism? Isn't there supposed to be a thing for disk storage now for science? In 4.0? I am on 4.0, right? I didn't, like, install the wrong version. Or is it not showing up in the... Only showing up in the... Yep, 402 is the version installed. Okay. I guess it doesn't show up in this view. I was trying to see how much... Or launched. No, we're definitely in the right KSP install. I think it just doesn't show up in this view. I bet if I, like, go over here and, like, do this RMB more info, it'll be in here somewhere. Here we go. Initial file capacity is none. So we actually can't lower our antenna any further. We have to have transmit capacity. Or we can't get the science. And I'm assuming we just save this and go to research. We get... I don't actually know how that works. I know that it unlocks... something. Like, the early probes are supposed to have better... here we go. Data storage. Early tape drives. So we don't get our first data storage until... here. So until this third avionics node, we cannot store data on our probes. We have to transmit it immediately or we lose it. Cool. So yeah, we can drop... We'll see if we get any more actual Delta V out of it. It's probably not worth min-maxing any further. Tape drives are that heavy or advanced. It is... I mean, I think it's supposed to be unfair. It's RP-1. Do we get any actual Delta V from going down a little bit? 1 extra meter per second. I'll take it. I think it's just a matter of when... It's based on, like, what... early satellites actually had storage capacities and things like that. Like, yes, a tape drive isn't that heavy and it's not that advanced, but they are. We're not on early sounding rockets and things like that, so. As always, it's based on history. Alright. We are... I mean, I guess this is pretty much it, right? And the reason I want to hit 140, rather than trying to min-max a smaller, cheaper rocket that can only hit 100, is I want to start getting more science earlier, because we're gonna need it. Because we don't have as much money for researchers, which means we're gonna need the research bonus from getting science points. And I just want to start stacking that as early as possible. So that is my line of thinking with wanting to make sure this can hit 140 or even get close to 150 and bring a bunch of space science on the first launch. All right. 1 ton LC, height limit. How high is this? 7 meters. It's fine. We're going to have to upgrade the LC for new fuel mixtures as we change engines anyway, so we can bump the height limit. That's not a big deal. And then I should pick my first research as well. And again, because we're dealing with everything being expensive, I think I want that engineer efficiency upgrade right away. So we're gonna do this first, rather than engines first. Okay. Our other... What is the downrange... Downrange difficult? 240 downrange with 500 units of sounding payload. Okay. That was the wrong button. Makes sense to design the 5 megameter first. Yeah, just get it to a point where it can... So our launch pad is big enough for a full 5 megameter vehicle. Has all the right stuff. Although I don't have the next... because I didn't pick the engine node as my first research, I don't have that... Surely there's a way to show... Maybe not. Because the experimental parts shows what I've taken the research for. If you get engine tech first, yes. My thought was because everything is gonna stink with the lower income that I wanted the engineer efficiency as early as possible. Although realistically, it'll still be... I'll still have it before we're actually building our first... Right, exactly. And that way I get the better engines right away. And I can actually design a reasonable rocket. For downrange, we don't need this sounding payload stage, do we? We do need avionics, and then... you know what? Let's start with... Let's actually just start with our B. Because... if we're doing downrange, I mean, it's basically this, right? B stack. Avionics. Although... The XLR-11 was at one point part of the meta for speedrunning, wasn't it? As an upper stage engine, rather than necessarily a beehive? At some point, not anymore. Oh, these are going to be... Zassers, aren't they? And that one definitely doesn't need fins. This one probably doesn't need fins. Burn time is... Here, let's go up to our... Oh, whoop, nope, not there. 307 kilonewtons for 70 seconds, or 333 kilonewtons for 70 seconds. Well, okay. That's a choice. Alright, this needs to burn for a lot more than 17 seconds. What did I say? 70? What are we at? 6,300? What's the, what does the wiki say for 5 megameter? I don't think this is enough for 5 megameter. Does anyone know off the top of their head about how much you need for 5 megameter? Because I don't think we're there. Close to 7? Okay. So probably this with aluminum tanks would do the trick, huh? Almost certainly. AL tanks plus PWR. What's PWR? Post-war rocketry, right, okay. $6,800, okay. And obviously the avionics is still not set up on the bottom stage, and... yeah, my beehive isn't optimized. I am sure. Want to underburn the top one, overburn the bottom one? Alright, I will take a look at that. Yeah, I haven't configured the avionics yet. I'm working on that now. Configure. Near Earth. How much does this weigh? 14.8 tons. Alright. And we got 500 meters a second out of it. That does get us closer. My DV went up a lot with that click, yep. I mean, what if we just, like, really underburn this one? So that's less. Alright, but that's burning for like 2 minutes. That's not reasonable. Yeah, I'm pushing it too hard. What's the rated time on it? 47? Yeah, pushing it to a minute is already probably pushing it too hard. Make sure both of these are on the right config. I mean, it's close. It's darned close, but it is still not quite there for 5 megameter. Check avionics. We don't need an antenna on this avionics. Remove battery antenna experiments. Oh yeah, this one still has the experiments on it, doesn't it? Because I copied and pasted it. This is fuel tank on top. It's avionics in the middle here. But I do want to... I do need an antenna. Yeah. Well, I need this to last long enough till staging, because I do have require signal for control turned on, so I can't stage if we completely lose connection. So this needs to have enough EC and enough antenna for that. Which might be enough to push the dry mass beyond like what the speedrunning rocket can actually do. I could have KOS stage for me. That's true. I can write a little KOS script. That would work. I have that technology. I have KOS installed. Or MacJeb could do it. Either one. But something automated. In that case, I can turn the antenna to, like, absolute minimum. But in that case, I still need enough power for this to run, you know, until KOS or MacJeb needs to stage. And, like, we still need to add fins and other things. I could probably change the... Oh, our controllable mass is also just wrong. This probably needs to be longer to fit 15. Yep. Needs spin up. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot that we're going to have to do if we want this to hit. Release the Kraken? Yeah. I've been surprised by how stable, non-spin stabilized rockets can be once you're out of the atmosphere. I think because when you only have one engine in the physics system, we really are burning, like, directly through our center of mass, so we don't have any of the induced wobbles that, like, an actual engine would have. Because an actual engine bell with, you know, burn variance is going to be introducing small amounts of torque all the time, sort of around the thrust cone, right? But here we don't have that, because it's a point force. Unless you have multiple engines, of course, and then you'll get torque from variance. But still, spinning it up is advisable. Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna hit 7 with my skill level in rocket design. At this tech level. It's so close, though. And we've still got a TWR of 2. Alright, let's get... Could overburn... We're really not overburning the first stage by very much, either. Alright, with just those wings, our center of lift is still behind, just barely, our dry center of mass. So that'll work. Oh, wait. That plus 12 hours is my default amount when I'm at Cape Canaveral. We're not at Cape Canaveral. I have no idea what my time offset needs to be during the day for a launch. Probably not 12 hours, though. Nope, it's the middle of the night. Woo, Sass is not very happy, though. And I know absolutely nothing about... Here, just lock it to prograde now that we're tipped over a little bit, and we'll see how we get for a sort of natural gravity turn. I think with our high initial TWR, we're not going to get much of a gravity turn here, naturally, so I probably should have tilted it a little harder at launch. Oh, whoops, I needed to hot stage. I was not paying attention. Yeah, we're way too high. And I also needed to hot stage. Let's try that again. So it's... Yeah, that's that 2.0. I've gotten so used to flying my lower TWR, like, newer rocket designs. This is probably too aggressive of a pitch over now. Oh yeah, spin it up. It is an E-able engine, apparently. And this is a long burn. Yeah, I should figure out the MacJeb auto staging. Because it'll automatically do, like, the hot stage delays and everything like that, right? So... Oh! Remember how I said I have require signal for control on? So yeah, we're going to want MacJeb to do that for us. Let's figure out the MacJeb auto staging. I don't know if I've ever, like, done anything with MacJeb other than the PVG orbital setup. So I might need some help from chat. Is it going to be just part of ascent guidance? Okay, so we do classic ascent. Oh, and it sets its own sort of profile that we're going to have to play with for our... Yeah, auto stage, support hot stage, lead time, 0 seconds. Don't use automatic altitude. Okay. Turn off all of the auto stuff. Orbit altitude above 100 kilometers. Oh, yeah. That way it doesn't do anything with engines. So if it doesn't have the automatic altitude turn on, then it just is doing staging for me, and I'm responsible for figuring out the gravity turn. Is that how that works in this mode? Let's turn off pre-launch failures in the simulator, please. Now I probably have to go back through and reset all of MacJeb. Nope, it kept it all. Cool. And we have light, although it's also Mars, but... Oh, SAS. Oh, no! That pitched over way more than I wanted it to, I think. Oh, maybe we're okay. Yeah, we're pitched over pretty hard here. Oh, nope. 0 seconds was insufficient lead time. Let's try that with the 1 second lead time. I eyeballed about a 1 second lead time when I was doing it myself. Is there any migration? I think in general with RP-1, there's not really a migration path. Like, the save that I'm doing for KOS only, I have not touched those mods since, whatever, the spring when I set it up. Put turn altitude end at 25 or 30 kilometers. Okay. Final flight path angle should be what? I don't actually know how this works. Because we don't want to be horizontal at 30 kilometers, right? We want to be like... Yeah, final path angle 35. There we go. It's in your chat. I missed it. Okay. That looks like a thing. This isn't PVG, this is the classic ascent profile, and I have no idea how this is supposed to work. Up guide is just so much better, yeah. Oh, that pitches over hard. Oh, because our turn start altitude is 0.5. I probably should set that to like 2.5, huh? Because it thinks basically that at launch we need to be pitched over super hard because of our initial altitude. Oh no, this is fine? Okay. I'm curious how close we get. Like, you know, worst case, I need one more engine tech before we can actually do this, right? Like, Zasser 2 and XLR41 upgrade would almost certainly push this to 5 megameters, so... Oh, MechJeb's probably got a throttle setting, doesn't it? MechJeb, why are you like this? Settings. Yeah, I forgot to spin up anyway. But it also shouldn't be disabling the module, should it? Because it's still, like, staging, so why did it drop the throttle at stage? That's what I'm curious about. Oh, I don't have avionics on the upper stages. Right, so it did disable the module. Yeah. So does that mean that I need to make... For MechJeb to do this staging, do I need to... make this a real avionics? Or will it still stage for me because avionics can stage? I don't actually know how that works. Okay, I just enable that one option and it works. Cool. All right, let's try this, what is hopefully the last time. Make sure that is yes. I think we're getting a little bit of aerodynamic loss on this flight profile. Like it's tilting over early, and then it's making up for that by pointing slightly above prograde. So it's not like a perfect gravity turn, although it's pretty close. And I gotta remember to hit E when we get up to a few seconds before the burn, because MacJib won't do that for me. All right. What's our actual inclination right now? Or not inclination, pitch. And the downrange would also be good to see. But we are, yeah, around 30-something degrees. I mean, that doesn't look awful to me. I'm curious how far we make it. Oh, we want like 28 to 30 degrees? Okay. Yeah, I think we were pitched up just a little bit from that. Because we were at the start, we didn't quite hit that 35, and then grab my triangular ruler and watch the map. It hit it! It hit 5! Just barely we hit 5 before it blew up. I think we want to pitch down just a couple more degrees is what we want. Which means we want our final flight path angle at like 30 instead of 35. Let's try that. Right, pitch was 30, but actual FPA wasn't. Can I see my actual flight path angle other than, like you said, putting a protractor on the screen? Is there a way to see that? In like, fair enough. Oh. Didn't engage the autopilot before I launched. All the small things that I always mess up. Alright, we'll see if pitching down just a little bit more gets us a better... Because we were definitely over... We were about 1 megameter altitude. But I think we were over. So we'll see what we're looking at. If we pitch over just a couple more degrees. It's so nice when the computer just does all the annoying setup and flying. It really is. All right, here we go. Didn't even wake the Kraken. Yep. Yeah, the problem is when we're spinning like this, it's really hard to see what our, like, flight path is on the nav ball. Maybe I could screenshot it at burnout, and we'd be able to see the screenshot of what the nav ball says. As long as it's on the blue instead of the brown, yeah. All right, 850. Nope, I think this is going to be worse. I think I may have overcorrected. Comparable, 4.9. Oh no, there we go. That's better. So if everything goes perfectly and every stage burns perfectly, we exactly hit 5 megameters. Oh, that's the contract, though. Yep. Cool. Now to remove things and send the other contracts. Exactly. Design a 500. Yeah, because 2 of those will hit the... we should be able to hit 240 and then whatever the next one is. Cool. Well, I can remove the question mark from this then. And this will be the one that we want to build DLC for, right? Because this will be, like, the most rocket that we're launching from this LC. Project finish date in summer 52, but IDK on hard mode. Yeah. All right. Twitch wants to run an ad real soon, so we'll let Twitch run its ad break. I've been hitting snooze on the ads while we dialed in the MechJeb stuff. When we come back from that, we'll start stripping this rocket down for sounding payload, etc. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I recommend hydrating, stretching your legs, and taking care of yourself as a human being while the ads run. Welcome back, folks. Thank you for hanging around during the ads. I do appreciate it. Okay, so as far as turning this into just a downrange rocket, we reroute here. We get rid of everything up here. We change this to a smooth cone. The length is 1.2 meters. That seems very short for a nose cone. I was trying to use the same size so we could keep the same tooling, but I'm not sure that that is going to be viable. Like... yeah, this wants to be quite a bit longer, doesn't it? Although, actually, maybe what we do is we don't do this. Maybe we keep the same avionics as a cone, and we put a tank on top of it that's going to be the... because this is where we need to hide our sounding payload, right? Cool. So that's basically the same avionics. I'm going to need to reconfigure it. I think we said 15 tons and 1,000 DC. Let's reopen 5 megameter. Let's just double check that. $15 tons and 500 EC. Okay. And this is gonna need an antenna, because we still need to have, like, minimal control to start MechJeb up, but it can be 0 dB and doesn't have to do anything crazy. Alright, that doesn't look too bad, and that should share tooling for that avionics unit, so those are identical. So we just have this new high-pressure aluminum fuselage for the sounding payload at the top. And if we sim this, I can't imagine this will have any issues hitting our downrange requirements, but just for funsies, let's see what we get. We might be a little too far pitched over if we're not lobbing a second stage anywhere. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to hit our targets this far pitched over. Oh no, we're already 300 kilometers downrange. The first contract is like 240. I don't remember what the second one is. Cool. Yeah, this should have no trouble hitting those initial contracts. And that is a reasonably stable rocket, so I'm happy enough with that. So let's open 5 megameter again, and let's get the launch complex started for it. LC2, 16 tons. I don't think there's any reason to make this bigger than it has to be, right? All right, there it is. Launch complex started there as well. So now the question is, how much money do we have to do anything? Yeah, minus 70 a day. That is what I thought. Once we get researchers going, it is even less than that. I assume the speedrun strat would involve fast tracking your first LC, but given our funding, I'm not sure that's viable. Because this is already, like, by the time this first launch complex is done, we're going to be almost out of money. Yeah. 144 times 22 days. Well, yeah, this would be 3,000 of our monies, of our 5,000 monies to fast track this. And the reason to do that, well, from a speedrunning perspective, obviously, is just to do it fast. But for us, it's to start getting reputation and start to get a subsidy. Because RP-1 is all about cash flow, right? So that's the question, is do we rush it or not? I think for an extra, I mean, it basically doubles the cost. But if we can get that back on subsidy, a month of some amount of subsidy. Yeah. You know what? It's only 1,000 extra funds. That's the right way to think about it. It's 1,000 extra funds to get our subsidy going. A week and a half earlier. Okay. It's really not that much earlier, is it? And I don't think we can get 1,000 funds in a week and a half of better subsidy. I don't think we're going to get that much subsidy from our first few launches. So I think for us on hard mode... Right, there's no point finishing LC2 before the tech is... Oh yeah, that's true. So we can slow that way down. Could turn it off and then on again. That is also true. I don't know how... Oh yeah, and that just solves the cash flow issue, right? Because we don't even have to have this going at all. Right. So I can either spread out the cash burn or just turn it off and then on again when we're closer to... That makes sense. Can I see... I know, I only have the 20 that I got for free. I need to hire up more. 427. All right, so that's like almost 4 months. So yeah, we could turn that off and then turn it on when we're like 4 months away from this tech. And I think that's fine. And that means that we can hire some more researchers. I'll just let it auto-hire them as we get the money for it. All right, and that means that we can rush this. We may as well. Woohoo! Maybe not. Maybe I auto-hired too aggressively. It'll get there. It'll keep pausing the construction and resuming it. Can you do it? Can we trickle in? There it goes. All right. B1 costs... Oh, we need to tool this. $70 funds. So we need to save up 70 funds. But I think researcher salaries are going to be really, really painful for us until we can... LC1, 1 ton, launch, unlock 7 parts. There we go. Oh, I don't have enough funds for another one. We probably do want to do a second one so we can get more science quickly, even though I don't think it can complete another contract. Oh, I need to be able to hire engineers, and I don't have money for that. Okay. All right. Auto hire up to 10 engineers. This is going to be fun. So yeah, rushing that was probably the wrong choice with how little money I had, because now I don't have the money for engineers. Oops. All right, it's fine. Oh, this is going to be done soon, so I need to get LC2 going at whatever we can afford. Yeah, see, this is the problem with the trying to follow the speedrun route on hard mode. $40% we can run. All right. Yeah, that summer of 52 goal is gonna be tight. I don't know if we're hitting that. But at least we'll get a bunch of science from this launch. Let me make sure I have the contracts. I do. All right, we're gonna have a bunch of MechJeb stuff on our screen, and we're just gonna ignore it and fly this thing straight up. And we will also fix our staging, because our staging is wrong. Glad I double-checked that. Ooh, excellent. We loaded in with a funky gap in the middle of the rocket. Let's see what the Kraken decides to do with this. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's about right. Hopefully a revert fixes that. That looks like it's loaded in right. There we go. That's what we want to see. And yeah, there we go. Speed records. We're going to keep getting altitude records as we go up. And there's the Carmen line contract. Are we doing on rep? 21. I mean, I'll take it. That's 10% of the extra reps, so we're at like... It's an extra $2,000 a year. I'll take it. I will take it. And we should also have plenty of science coming in. Yeah, 5 science. I think we hit 6 in the test run. We'll see if we hit 6. I think we are done here. Rocket reaches space! Yay! Okay. 10 applicants. I mean, it's got to be into researchers, right? All right, LC2 is still behind our research, but that's... Oh, because we need post-war material science, too. Anyway, I wasn't even thinking about that. We need both tech nodes. And then I don't have the science points for early science. I don't have the science points for anything, actually, so we'll leave it there. Can I get this to like a nice... There we go. Done a week after materials science is done. I'll take that. That's close enough to at the same time. How's our budget doing? Balance is negative. Oh, but we're reconditioning the launch pad. So I think we're probably pretty close to break even. All right, so it's got to be this one next then, right? Reach suborbital and return. That's pretty much the only thing I can do. So we'll grab this, and that will be our goal. And we get to pick our first leader, and I know these are totally different in 4.0, so I need to go through them all again. 20% confidence, 15% speed of launch complex efficiency gain, minus 10 to science, power generation, and communication untested research speed. Oof. Because we're on hard mode, funds are a big, big issue. I feel like if we're planning on completing everything early anyway, the downsides of this guy are not bad. Although, I mean, here, like, yeah, minus 5% confidence from contracts, but also, like, are we not going to be swimming in confidence pretty quickly anyway? In my casual playthroughs, confidence have never been a problem. And funds for us on hard mode are definitely a problem. So Von Braun might be a contender. Definitely can't take Dewan. Von Braun? I'm doing it. Because I think the funding issue is going to be our biggest issue. So if hiring staff is a little bit cheaper and constructions are a little bit cheaper, we're going to be a lot happier. Cool. Let's upgrade our B for a return. We might be able to just strap a parachute into the middle of this thing and call it good. Zero spares, silk. Currently using dry mass, that's what we want. Wanted touchdown speed can be like 9. Oh, but there's 2 parachutes, right? Add that to the calculations, because it doesn't do that automatically. I think because you can set it up to do one of them as a drogue. Yeah, the parachute is very, very light. Fix our staging. That's been broken. So B2 with a parachute on it. Let's just sim that real quick. Looking at how light this parachute is with, like, dry mass accounted for, assuming that it lands us, I think anything that was trying to do, like, decoupling on this would end up being heavier, and with this rocket design, like, altitude is science, right? There's... yeah. Plus, we do need to be able to hit the suborbital trajectory. Which means we need to be able to hit 140. Yay, we did it. We get a little bit of space science again. All right, parachute is staged. We are just over 10 meters a second. We might be okay. It's probably like fuel residuals evolved in, oh no, 9.9. That should be a safe landing. Oh, not quite. The engine doesn't like 10. Oh, I should double check the engine's rated impact speed. But otherwise, that did what it needed to do. Although, things are weirdly clipped here, so I don't love that. Are they clipped in the VAB, or is that just the way the vessel loaded in? That's the way the... There we go. I think they were clipped because I resized the parachute. Alright, and what's the engine's impact rating? Oh, 2 meters a second. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We can maybe give ourselves a little bit of breathing room. Like, instead of setting this right to, whatever I set it to, 9, we'll set it to 8. We'll give ourselves just a little more breathing room. But I don't think we need to go any further than that. Alright, this should be able to do first return. How is first return? 8. Alright. But it also gets us leader unlocks, which is useful. Plus, it's another launch with more science, so definitely useful. That's gonna be done 5:20. We're losing 11 funds a day. That's like 300 something. We're a little bit below. We're gonna have to slow this down, I think. And I really can't afford to hire any more researchers at the moment either. We already have... Yeah, this one gives us the first biocapsule. Okay. And once we have our... It's not listed as available because we have one of the other contracts active, but once we have... our V2 complex done, it should be really easy for us to do this early film camera contract as well. All right. Oop, we're out of... money. I thought I had done my math on that. Apparently, I did not. Those alarms for cooldowns are new, I think. I don't remember those. All right, we have the suborbital and return contract. We do. Don't need SAS for this. Double check our staging. Our staging looks good. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, womp womp. That's too bad. All right, let's slow this down so we can get money in a couple of days. Although, I guess getting the DU is fine, right? Like, we're way overburning the XASR on the upcoming 5 megameter rocket, so like getting more DU on these things now is gonna be helpful. mean insufficient funds to continue? I should have funds to continue everything. There it goes. All right, and that's post-war rocketry testing done. We're going to finish this existing rocket out, but that means that with the Sasser 1, we ought to be able to look at maybe running some of the altitude sounding rocket contracts. They're optional, but it's reputation, and we need reputation, so... Why does this keep saying there's insufficient funds? I guess the way it computes, like, money in versus money out at various, like, time intervals, it does it in more discrete chunks. All right. Let's try again for suborbital and return. Whoa, that is a bright sun today. All right, everything looks good. All right, we've got the contract, at least, for suborbital return. And a little more science on the way down. Not terrifying at all to have the fins rip up on re-entry when you're trying to recover a rocket. But parachute is armed. And it should deploy at 1 kilometer. I didn't change the default settings for the deployment, so, like... And we should be sitting, yeah, a little under, right around 9 meters a second. Which is too much for the engine, but that's okay. Everything else can survive it. Bonk. Bonk. And there we go. Where is the XASR2? Because this should have the XASR1, yeah. And then this node has AJ10. Oh, there it is. It's at the same as the AJ10. Okay. That's what I thought. I just couldn't see it before, because they're not next to each other. Okay. What do we need to be thinking about after? We're going to get material science. We're going to get early tracking systems. I mean, I think the things we want are early rocketry and avionics prototypes. I'm just not necessarily sure which order is going to get us where we want to be fastest. Oh, there's also early science. Don't we have to do something with advanced bio for the program? Yes, we do. So maybe that's what we grab. Early science, and then the engines and the avionics. I'm not 100% sure that's the right order, but we'll, because the advanced bio needs what? You know, I'm pretty sure we can do this with our V2-ish craft. Like, this is basically our sounding payload craft, but with the advanced bio capsule strapped onto it. I think. Okay. In that case, what should we be trying to do? Let's see what we can do with the... All right, it's currently June of 51. We're not going to have post-war material science until March currently. Okay. I think I just have to be flying flights to get our reputation up. So let's push for altitude intermediate, I guess, is what we can fly. Possibly also this one. Low space biological. Because this is only 35 units of sounding payload. And then this needs 75, but it only has to go to 80 kilometers. So we can probably fly both of those. I think we also unlocked a new leader. Yes, Chief Scientist. All right. 10% of flight research speed. No planes. Solid rockets. Solid rockets. Flight. None of these are useful. Like, if we're not even bothering with solids, because why bother with solids? And we're not doing planes, then none of these early folks are useful. That is fascinating. Okay. Yeah, we're better off just not taking a chief scientist. All right. All right, so the two things we want to be thinking about are low space bio and altitude intermediate, because both of those, this one is required, but altitude intermediate is just bonus reputation. So, and both of those should be doable on the Zasser one. All right, this is where it's maybe worth it to change how we're doing our layout and getting rid of this extra tank. Because biological sample not? Oh, it is 3.8. I just haven't changed this. Okay. Because we have to have a sounding payload that we don't want to have to return, I think we're better off switching to this configuration, even though the sounding payload being further back is going to affect our aerodynamics. And then we need another fuel tank. And actually, by the time we have the tech for biosample, we're already going to have... Yeah, we're already going to have aluminum. So this will all be aluminum on this rocket. With 35 units of sounding payload. And then we have to adjust that for the burn time on this, which is 40 seconds. And again, this one will be aluminum. Oh, and I need a decoupler in here. And Twitch is, geez, it's telling me that it is ad break time again already. So we will, as always, let the ads run. I recommend folks get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we come back, we'll finish figuring out this bio design. And because this one can't fly until we get the capsule, we'll also do altitude intermediate design. But we'll check those when we're back. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, folks. All right, I believe this is pretty much not quite ready. The other thing I realized is we're going to have the first avionics upgrade, because by the time we have biosample capsule, we'll have post-war avionics, right? So, boink. We might have other science by then, too. I don't think we will. When does the mass spectrometer unlock? Does this tell me what tech it is? No, of course not. That would be too easy. Early science. Okay, so no, we won't have that just yet. We get that when we get the biosample capsule, I think. Sorry, advanced biocapsule, early science, yeah. So we won't have the mass spectrometer when we're flying this. It's just thermometer and barometer, which are in here. Yes. We might need to push up the antenna power just a little bit. All right, but that has our 35 units of sounding payload. This should have no problem hitting that 80-kilometer requirement for this contract. And then the real question is, with 75 units of sounding payload and steel tanks and our current avionics, can we hit that contract? Or do we have to wait for aluminum tanks? Woohoo! Cool. The other question is, do we need more thrust? Because that seemed like our fins didn't grab. So our options are either bigger fins or... Oh yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, we need bigger fins. There's no or. It's just bigger fins. What if we just do 4 of those? Is that enough to get us? Yeah, there we go. So 4 instead of 3, a little bit bigger. That gets us what we need. Let's try that again and see if that's stable enough that the fins don't rip off. We might still have to push up their mass strength multiplier just a touch. But hopefully not. Oh, and of course, all of my staging got messed up. No, we're okay. And I believe the requirement for this one is only like 80 kilometers. Which we will have no problem hitting. Yeah, we'll even get into space. Excellent. Okay. And that's just more science. Always happy to see a little bit more science get done. Because we're always going to be short on researchers, and even if we're trying to caveman, having extra science points means researchers run a little bit faster. There's a multiplier built into RP-1. So the more science we can gather, even if we can't get through the research that uses it, the better. Cool, so this will get all the way up to 140 with 35 units of payload. Let me see if I can find... Deploy that. Um... First low space biological... Oh, this says am I reading that? It says 100 in the... It works, is what matters. And we definitely get high enough. I'm reading the contract code because I was curious. And this says 100. I'm not sure why that is. I thought it said 80 in the mission control. Let's double check. First low space biological... Oh no, it's 100. Oh, so 80's got to be... Okay, 80 is the sounding rocket. Alright, so let's check. I think we'll have no problem hitting 80 with 75 units of sounding payload. But we're also going to have steel tanks and worse avionics, so we will call this altitude, and we will switch back to our current avionics. We will... have to switch this to high pressure steel, and it's going to have to get longer. $75 units of sounding payload. And then here again, high pressure steel. Looks like the burn time is about right. Double check our center of mass. That all looks good. All of this comes out, because this does not have to return. What's our delta V? 2,000 meters a second? Okay. This might... Oh, this is going to be right on the edge of the 135. So maybe we just overburn the Zasser a little bit longer and... Because obviously if we can run the difficult one at least once, we get more rep, right? More rep is more subsidy, more better. $80, $90, $100. Yeah, $115. No. If we were like right on the cusp of 135, I would say let's do it. But I think we wait for technology for 135, and we say that we can fly this one for intermediate as many times as we want to fill the time between now and when we have the tech for our other things. So this thing is just going to be constantly flying, trying to push my subsidy up. That is its whole goal in life. And then we need to modify our launch complex, because we're going to need more or different fuels. I think otherwise it all fits, right? Fits on a 1-ton launch pad. Height is 7.9 out of 8. Ooh, we're right on the edge there. We might have to stretch the height limit of this. Like for the AJ-10 variant. But yeah, that's fine. So that'll get us altitude intermediate, and again, we're going to fly that as many times as it takes to push our subsidy up to a reasonable point until we have LC2 ready to go. Rush LC1? Probably not. Oh, I don't have 75 funds in my inventory right now, do I? No, I don't. Got a warp to fund target. Here, let's turn this off for a day. And then hopefully what I'm going to be able to do as I push up the subsidy is also start to pull in the completion time of that launch complex. Oh, that's just because it's behind... Right, we have to finish... Oh, did the staff not get reassigned? Is that my problem? There we go. All right, and then we have to slow this construction down again so we don't run out of money. All right, altitude intermediate, accept. And this is our first launch with this engine, so we'll see how that goes. And then, again, once we get the aluminum tanks, we should be able to do an altitude difficult and push this a little bit higher, a little bit further, a little bit faster. Yeah, we're not getting any science from this flight, though, unfortunately. This is purely for reputation. Oh, and also it gives me a little bit more confidence, so that is good as well. The contract's done. I guess I don't have to stick around here, do I? Oh no, we are still getting a little science. Never mind. I'll let it run. All right, now... So, with that done for now, there's no sense grabbing this until day 90. We don't have the tech for this. I don't think we can do this until we're on our V2 pad. And the V2 pad is kind of just waiting for... $40, I think, is fine for now. Oh, actually, 40 will get this done at just about the right time. So maybe I just leave it at 40. Because, like, we're going to need to save up... Yeah, that's like a 9-month skip if we skip ahead to post-war material science being done. Which will get us to March. We have to be able to hire the engineers for Launch Complex 2, right? How do I see... I know how to see. We open the 5 megameter rocket, and I say new LC. Max engineers 80. Okay. So we want to be able to hire 80 engineers when we get to Launch Complex 2 being done. So I think what I say is, if we go into staff, we want to be able to hire 80 engineers. That's 2,700 times 8. 21,600. Okay. We're going to auto-hire researchers, and we're going to say keep 22,000. No, not engineers. Researchers auto-hire. Keep 22,000 in reserve. And hire a bunch of researchers if you can. And what that's going to do is that's just going to let our funding accumulate. And if we get to a point where we can staff up that launch complex and can hire more researchers, we'll do it. Otherwise, we won't. And that'll pull post-war material science forward a little bit, but yeah. Because yeah, this says reach 100 researchers in like April, so we might hire some before then. Because again, we're 9 months out, right? And if we look at this like yearly, so... Although maybe that means we want to put this at like 45. Come on, can I please click on 45? Ugh, this slider is so awful. I know 45 is a spot I can click on. I've done it before. There we go. Yeah, let's set this to 45. Because right now this thinks it'll be done a little bit before post-war material science, but we might if we hire any researchers, that'll pull post-war materials science forward. So we want to have this ahead a little bit. And then we just time warp? I hate to warp 9 months like that, but... well, 6 months. Alright, let's do it. Oop. That is... It is definitely struggling a little bit, sitting at this little funds. Even though the cash flow is positive, I think, again, increments that go up and down over time. There we go. See, it still thinks plus 5.2 a day, but we have saved up almost no funds over the past, like, couple of months. There we go. Launch Complex 2 is done. I guess we can fly another altitude intermediate rocket at this point, because that should be worth something, because we just skipped ahead a bunch of time. Yeah, 14 units. We'll take 14. Normally, I would not really want to fly a bunch of altitude intermediate rockets, but in this case... all right. We're going to get rid of this auto-hire on researchers. We're going to do an auto-hire on engineers at Launch Complex 2. Final count is 80. Reserve funds, I'll say 1,000. Because we want to be able to launch, I guess, our downrange difficult a couple of times, because that'll push up our funding. So let's see what downrange rocket looks like. Downrange. Oh, you're not tooled yet. Yeah, 800 funds. I'm just going to tool this. So we should be able to get that queued up. It's going to be slow at first as we're hiring engineers, but that's okay. Because there's no penalty. Yeah, downrange difficult. 240 kilometers. Okay. And that also gives us a bunch of reputation and confidence. So we'll fly a couple of those. And then we should be able to also fly the 3 megameter and then the 5 megameter. And then this same launch complex will be able to fly advanced bio and first camera from, and then wrap up that program. Oh, max is 77. Interesting. And we want to keep like 800 funds in reserve. And let's get this downrange rocket queued up. Actually, we're going to want 2 of those, aren't we? But I can't afford a second one right now, so that's fine. How is our funding? We're at plus 60. Okay. So that means that we will be hiring engineers over time. And this will pull in quite a bit from 1964. I'm assuming that's because right now our staff at that launch complex is, 2. And they're super low efficiency. All right, another altitude intermediate. Not an exciting launch. And then I want to see, now that we have aluminum tanks, if I switch this up to aluminum, will it hit altitude difficult? Because if so, we will fly that next. Oh! I forgot materials science also got us leader unlocks. Shoot, I need to go grab those. Fortunately, we have only skipped forward like a few days since we unlocked the tech. $70 and $80. Contract done. Okay. All right. First things first, contractors. Not doing flight. Oof. So that would basically, like, cancel out Von Braun for 5% efficiency gain, which doesn't seem worth it. That's all flight. All of these seem terrible in hard mode. I mean, minus 5% research salaries just seems worth grabbing. And then flight, solids, air launch, cockpits. We're not up to isogrid tanks yet, although we could certainly switch over to them. Avionics and instruments seems worthwhile. Although also early and orbital rocket engine research speed? Because yeah, this is early. Does that apply to just like every node that says it's orbital rocketry? So like the whole tech tree, that remains a buff? Rocketdyne? Because that doesn't seem bad at all then. Either way, early rocketry we're doing now, so we can take them. And none of the main contractors or chief scientists seem worth it on hard. Like, the downsides are rough. Alright, let's see if switching to aluminum tanks can push the Zasser 1 up to 130 kilometers. So that we can do intermediate on this rocket. If not, we will have to wait until we have $21.29. Maybe. $131. Ooh, so yeah, this is right on the edge. So I think the answer is no, not until we get lighter weight avionics. That's what I'm going to say. With the lighter weight avionics, we can definitely hit altitude difficult. But with the current avionics we have, I'm not convinced we can do it consistently enough to make that bump worthwhile. So we'll stick to flying intermediates every few months to keep pushing up our reputation. At least until we can get our couple of downrange rockets, and those will help a lot with reputation boost. Especially since this has been sitting around for 480 days. Yeah, that will do pretty well. Boy, and this says we just have absolutely nothing to do until December, and it's March. Oh, okay. So this is because we have so few researchers, right? Like, it is a problem. And maybe we want to hire up... I mean, removing and reassigning my engineers, like, nukes the efficiency, right? So if I moved these engineers over to Launch Complex 2, we would be sad when we need to... Well, I mean, I guess the efficiency of this launch complex doesn't matter, right? These rockets are so small. Like, yeah, the efficiency matters, but also, no, it doesn't. Yeah, I'm going to do it. We're going to throw them over here. All right, that gets us to May of 54. Oof. I can get rid of this engineer auto hire and just put on a... You know what? Oh no, this keeps its efficiency. Okay. I thought that was a thing. That moving around engineers hurt your efficiency. At any rate, I think what we want to do is get more researchers. So I'm going to put an auto hire on researchers. Yeah, because this will... And I don't want to warp too far ahead. I want to be flying these altitude intermediates every few months. So... Can I just set up an alarm? Add new alarm. Okay. Repeat when triggered every 90 days. Time interval, I think it's 60 days out right now. Sure. Yeah, fire at the end of May, and then it will fire every 90 days thereafter. And that should let us... launch our intermediate sounding rockets pretty consistently, basically. I'm actually going to modify that alarm. We will do it, because that'll have us at like 85, so let's do 65 days. Okay. And that way we'll just kind of pause. I'm worried that we're putting too much money into researchers and not enough into engineering. But, like... Yeah, maybe we do just need to focus on being able to fly. In which case, here, let's keep our engineers on LC1, because we're going to be using LC1 intermittently, on and off. We're going to go back to auto hire here. We're going to reserve funds at like 100 for now, because that's what we need to be able to fly our altitude intermediate rockets, and like the downrange rocket is so far out right now that it's ridiculous. Yeah. Why are we slowing down so much this early? Oh, these alarms. Cooldown alarms. Okay. I need to turn those off. All right. Here we are in June, which means we should be able to take And this alarm repeats. Hey, Abaddon, welcome in. Yep, a little bit of extra rep. All we can do is keep flying these, try to keep our subsidy up. Not altitude 2. Regular altitude. Launch. Hey, we're down from the end of 1954 to the end of 1953. Oh, shoot. Hopefully I took the contract. Yep. And flying more of these is... I mean, it's good for, obviously, our reputation and our confidence. I am just honestly fooling around today. The past couple of weeks in the KOS only stuff, we've been working on implementing an actual NASA guidance algorithm, and it's been exhausting, and I wanted to break from it. So today I've just got the difficulty cranked up to hard mode, and we're seeing if we can caveman our way into orbit playing on hard. And it's hard. All right, a little extra reputation. So yeah, every bit of reputation that I can scrape together flying extra flights while I'm getting my other launch complex up and running is absolutely worth it right now. Yeah, this says it's going to be another year for that launch complex. I don't think it's quite going to be that long, but... But once we get early tracking systems, I should also be able to do first low space bio, which is going to be nice. And probably push to altitude sounding altitude up, which is a little extra reputation. And another 90 days, another... Another sounding intermediate to fly. This should be the last one of these that's flying in this form. Because when it's time for the next one, we'll have the better avionics, and I think, or I hope, that we'll be able to fly it with... have like an hour a day to yourself. EU will use up all of your time if you let it, that's for sure. So once we finally do hit full engineers at Launch Complex 2, I should be able to switch the auto hire over to researchers, and we'll get caught up on researchers. But right now, we really need the launch complex capacity. So that's the plan. And then we'll just get the research pushing forward for the next couple of tech nodes, and we'll see how hard we can caveman. I took the contract, right? Shoot, I didn't take the contract. Altitude intermediate, 80 kilometers. Yes, that's the one that this rocket is capable of. Got 40 hours already in 4 days. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. Let's just fast forward through this burn. And like, doing these extra sounding rocket flights... Oh, not 4 days, but you were sick for the last 4 days, so it's only 40 hours. Okay, that makes more sense. Doing these extra flights is fine anyway, because we're pushing up the DU on this engine. We are way overburning the Zasser 1 in our in our 5 megameter design. So we will we'll want to see that DU be as high as possible. So hopefully we don't have to fly too many extras of those to get everything done. All right, we've got the tech now for first low space bio. So we'll take this one. We'll double check in the sim that it is able to fly it. So this should have the better avionics, and yeah, this has the post-war avionics and aluminum tanks. So we're gonna have to tool all of this, obviously. Let's sim that. Make sure that we're gonna hit the contract. We should, but just to be on the safe side. Oh, staging was wrong. Glad I double-checked that. Normally I don't love fast-forwarding through burns, but I know that this is a stable enough design that we can get away with the physics warp here. Little bit of extra transmitted science. Not a lot of points. We're only above 140 for a few seconds. But we can stage that, and we should be all set. I do not play EU5. I've played older EUs in the past, but not for a long time. All right, and that counted for the contract. Cool. So I think we need to save up a little bit more money because I forgot how expensive the biocapsule is, even once we tool this. Yeah, 188. We need a little bit more money. Right, I have to get rid of that. Warp to fund target. Yeah, 1 day, that's fine. Let's get the auto hire going again. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. I run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I recommend everyone get some water, stretch your legs, hydrate, take care of yourselves as humans. And when we come back, we will get this bio bee flying. Because we are all set, I think, for first bio. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. I appreciate everybody sticking around during the ad break. Okay, so right before the ad, we tested this flight, and this works to hit the bio contract. What I want to check now is altitude 2. It should be fully tooled, except for this tank. Yeah, that's fine. If we switch this to post-war avionics, yeah, these are still going to be very cheap to fly. Wow, so much of the cost of that is like the parachute and the and the bio. How much is the bio capsule? Yeah, 100 funds. Okay, that'll do it. I want to see with this avionics now matching the newer tech tier, if that pushes us to enough Delta V, and I think it will, for us to take altitude difficult, because that'll just be a little bit of extra, again, a little bit of extra reputation if we can do a round of altitude difficult in here and keep this launch complex busy, right? But I think for this thing to hit 130 is absolutely no problem now. Yeah, 150. Okay, we're good. Even with variants and other things, I'm confident that that will hit 130 as long as we don't have an engine failure. So we'll queue that up when the time comes. Oh, and it's actually telling me that the time is coming. I should have just queued it up when I was in there anyway. Oh well. Well, I guess we didn't have the funds, so we will queue it up now. I think we have to tool that tank for the 75 units of sounding payload, because it's a little bit of a different size than anything else. Yes. 80 funds. Get it in the queue. And then by the time we fly that, the rewards will be higher anyway. Oh, this doesn't tell me when it's not in the available view. Here, we can just do this. Altitude difficult. Oh, we're not quite to our elapsed expected days. Oh, that's weird. My 90-day interval has gotten out of sync with this. Here, let's just delete the alarm then. Because we're not going to fly that for another month, so we'll be back in sync anyway. Alright, the first one is first low space bio. Take it. Dawn launch. I just grabbed the contract. Yes. We've simmed this a bunch. We're reasonably confident. Let's fly this thing. in the contract. Okay. We could probably go fast through this launch. There we go. Just barely going over 140, which is fine. We only need to hit 100 for this contract. We are going to have to wait for this one to come down because we do have to recover this one. I didn't start the biosample. Let's just revert to launch and fix that. I can't believe I never did that in the VAP. That's awful. I'll take the revert on that one. There we go. Once more with feeling. There we go. Now we should actually be gathering a little bit of science from this thing. Beautiful. And bonk. All right, that's a bunch of science. We'll take a look at where we want to put that first. Did it not just claim that I unlocked a bunch of leaders? I don't think that's true. I think I already had all of these unlocked. And I think I already decided I didn't want any of them. All right, science points go nowhere because we can't afford the next anything yet. I mean, it's going to have to be early materials science, right, for basic rocketry. We might be trying to go orbital with early rocketry, which will be hilarious. Really looking forward to it. All right, recondition that launch pad. And then we're going to do an altitude intermediate flight. Or sorry, this one can be difficult. This one can be difficult. Yeah, we'll take our extra like 50% reward for pushing the distance up. We will skip to morning. And again, every one of these spare contracts that we do is a little bit of extra reputation. And as soon as we can fly... here, let me actually cancel this one so we can look at it. As soon as we can fly the downrange difficult, I mean, that's 85, which is like gonna double our reputation, and then we'll do it again. Although it won't be worth 85 when we do it again. The 3 megameter is only 20, but... and then advanced bio when we fly that, and we also have to do low space film return. Both of those are going to be done on V2s, though, so... we want to take... We took early rocket development at Breakneck, so we want to get this done. Suborbital research is at normal, because that's all we could afford. So... And then for early satellites, I mean, we got to push our... we got to push our confidence up for that, right? But like, this is a huge confidence. 400, 200 and... Well, no, that's 57 from low space bio, a little bit from intermediate, and confidence doesn't decay at least. Plus, we get confidence from science, so, you know, if we want to be able to take, like, satellites heavy at Breakneck, which I think would be stupid, by the way, I think we want to maybe aim for, like, satellites... I need to decide if we want to do light or heavy. We can already basically take satellites light at fast, so that would be reasonable. Oh, did I retake the contract? No, I didn't. I was playing around in the contracts and I forgot to take it again. Okay. Oh, and I just reverted to launch, which was not the right revert. We need to revert to VAB. I'm glad I have a fast SSD. These scene changes would be awful if if I didn't. All right, altitude difficult is what we're doing. And this should have no problem hitting that altitude requirement. We have flown a lot of these bees over the course of tonight, but that's okay. Yeah, 148. We'll take that. We might get a little more science from space low as well. I don't know if we've spent enough time there for pressure and temperature to be done. But science is also confidence, so... Yeah. Yep, we're getting a little more science. Oh yeah, there's still like 5 minutes worth of science up here. Cool. Current yearly subsidy is at 44,000 out of a max of 70,000, so we do want to keep pushing on these optional contracts. But we are done here. There's nothing else for this vehicle to do. Oh. 120 kilometers with a biological sample and 75 units of payload. I don't think we can hit this with our current rockets. We hit like 150, but that was with 35 units of payload. And with 75, well, maybe. 75 units of payload and no biocapsule hit like 145, right? So we could maybe hit this. But we might be better off waiting for other rocketry tech. And I think we're finally up to our first downrange rocket. Holy crap. It only took us until February of 53. Yeah, that needs to sit around for a while longer, but this will be downrange difficult. We will accept that. We can roll out. Wow, this takes like a month just to roll out even. Oh, let's warp to morning as well. All right, when I tested this in the sim earlier in the stream, flying it with the exact same flight profile as our 5 megameter rocket was able to get us way more than 250 kilometers downrange. So I think we just leave ascent guidance on and hit the button and let MechJeb fly this thing for us. Double check the contract looks good. Contract looks good. Oh, did we hit altitude? Ooh, surely we must have if we went 240 kilometers downrange. Oh, that looks so great, shining in the sun. Barely hits 140 is the answer. But this will have absolutely no problem hitting our downrange target. Probably could have been pointed slightly more vertical. Yay, contract complete. Oh, and a couple of speed records. Hey, our subsidy is 54,000 now. I am happy with that. Can I manage to please right-click on the avionics? Oh, nope, never mind. We don't have signals, so we don't have control. Just wait for it to burn up then. I think for the second downrange milestone, we need a slightly higher altitude, which is fine because we're super far downrange, so we can tilt up a little bit, and we might even make it further downrange because we're going to be wasting a lot less energy, and we're going to be coming out at a better. All right. That should help a lot. That boost to our reputation is going to be freaking huge. Yeah, downrange difficult. Does downrange difficult not change like altitude difficult does? Interesting. Okay. So we can do 3 megameters, I think, with our 5 megameter craft. Just to get this done. Because we're still waiting for downrange difficult to, like, be worth funds again. We could do low space foam return, but suborbital research we have more time on. And we're running out of time for... we have a lot more time on suborbital research than we do on early rocket development. So, like, we want to be done within, like, a year and a half at the most, because we're getting over the hump in terms of funding we get from suborbital development. So I think that's the next thing we want to queue up. And that's a big one to queue up, especially when the launch complex is not at, like, full whatever yet. But you know what? That's fine. I'll just lob one of these. I could probably... Oh, no, I can't actually lob one of these. I can't afford to make it. What's not tooled on this? Oh, these are just different lengths of the various things. Although I don't love... I want to change this so we're using our tooled avionics. What do we have for our burn time for the top stage? About 33 seconds? Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this back to... Yeah, peaked to avionics S1. 1.5 meters is the length. Okay, so this should be... Yeah, this counts as tooled. And then we just need to stretch this tank to get our... Yeah, we can still get more DV out of the second stage, but we're really pushing the burn time of this thing already. So we'll leave this at 1.9 meters. And then this 4 meter one is a very long burn for the Zasser one. It's rated for 40 seconds. We have it burning for 65. We need to resim this because I made changes to it and it just barely hit 5 megameters in the sim before. So we will find out if I just completely broke this thing. If we need to, we can fudge our ascent path a little bit as well. Ascent settings, hot stage, lead time 1 second. Yes, everything looks good. And we are going to see if this is still capable of hitting 5 megameters after I messed with it. Oh, wait. There's way too much EC in that top probe core. Oh, and it's on the wrong avionics. There we go. Oh, and now we're at like 7,000. Awesome, 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 awesome. All right, 1.5 meters. A very short burn on this one. But we're at almost 7,100 meters a second now, so we should have no problem hitting 5 megameters. Possibly we can even get away with lowering the burn on this one a little bit. Closer to its rated burn time. Wouldn't that be wild? Let's just try this. Let's try this with the 3 meter tank. Because, like, the 3 meter tank is the normal size that we're already burning all of these for. So if we can hit with that, and we might be able to, then I'm a lot more confident in this rocket, basically. I think when I designed this rocket, I was not expecting to have the avionics upgrade yet, but just because it took so long to get the funds to get it staffed up for the launch pad. Oh, that probably means this could also be an avionics 1. Ooh. I guess the answer is yes, but also I already tooled it as avionics 0, so maybe we don't mess with that, and we just accept our performance loss. I am going to have to manually spin this up when we get to a few seconds before staging. There we go. And we can definitely make this intermediate stage a little bit longer if we need to. We can push the burn time on that. But if we can get away for only burning it for like its rated time, I will be much happier. $967 kilometers AP. That is really good for downrange. Oh, look at that. Three megameters is no problem. 5 is no problem. 5.3 before we hit 140 again. Cool. I'll take that. So yeah, this design will definitely hit 5 megameters. So we'll fly it once for 3 megameters and then again for 5 megameters. I think we just have to, well, we have to get the funds to make it. Warp to fund target 850. And then maybe I should do the keep flying altitude rockets, I guess. Oh, thank you for reminding me. The other option is to try to fly the better bio one. Yeah, because that'll take us to... Well, we have to keep staffing up LC2. Auto hire up to 77. Keep the funds to fly another one in reserve. Yeah, we'll be able to fly altitude intermediate in another, like, month and a half. I'm not sure we can do this one. 120 with 75 units. I mean, we can test it. Let's just test it. Let's just test it. That's the right thing to do, is to just test it. So... that should be tooled. Yeah, that counts as tooled. Make sure we're on the right avionics. This should be the same avionics unit that we've been flying everywhere that's already tooled. Yes. Alright. Bio B2. Let's just sim this and see if it will hit the 120 that we need for this second bio contract. It's going to be really close. Again, this same rocket hit just over 140 without the bio sample and the parachute and everything on it, so we may or may not get where we need to get. Nope. 113. Alright, so we're not doing that contract anytime soon. That is fine. This time, that is currently July 18th, should pull forward a little bit. But let's add a... What are we at? 43 out of 90? Okay. Let's add an alarm that is... 47 days, and then fly every, like, 95 days after that. All right. That was an awful, awful time warp. I'm so sorry. The flashing on that one was really, really bad. All right. Altitude 2 is all we're flying. Fly it. Hey, we're down to the beginning of July for the 5 megameter rocket. Woohoo. And then after that, we should be able to fly another downrange rocket with, like, the same basic flight profile, because that contract has reset by now. And then we'll fly the 5 megameter rocket, again, to do the actual 5 megameter contract. That will finish that program, and then we'll grab Orbital, and while we are working on the stuff for Orbital, we'll be able to keep using that launch pad to finish up Science. How are we doing? 6,700 DU. MTBF is almost 13 minutes. All right. Just keeping an eye on how this engine is doing, because we are going to be flying it at well past its ratings very shortly. All right, and we can range safety this. It is currently the 20th of May. All right. So I don't think we're flying anything until, like, July anyway. So I think we warp ahead. All right. I'm not sure why everything just... Oh, because we hit our 77 engineers. Yeah, all right. Now we can finally start hiring researchers. We are going to do downrange, 3 megameters. All right, 3 megameter launch. Scent guidance, autopilot on. Double check our staging. Everything looks good. 3, 2, 1. So this is definitely gonna get us to 3 megameters. Afterwards, it's probably time to do another altitude intermediate, as well as schedule the downrange intermediate. And I should have the funds to fly both of those. Yeah, I've got like 1,000. Maybe I don't need another downrange. That's a question. Maybe I skip the downrange and jump right to 5 megameters, so we're done with this program. Because, like... especially if we're gonna do light sats instead of heavy sats, I think we probably have the confidence we need, or we're going to be very close to it, to be able to take light sats at breakneck. That's something to think about. If we want to take heavy sats at breakneck, we need 1200 confidence by the time we take satellites. $923 AP. All right. Might have been a little low, but I think we hit it anyway. No, did we not quite hit our downrange? Wait. I took the wrong contract. We're reverting for that. That was just a misclick in the VAB. I clicked on the wrong contract. Or not in the VAB, in the whatever. Because there's no world in which I'm flying downrange intermediate intentionally. That was just a total misclick. Yeah, they are right next to each other. I must have just done that without even looking at it. This is the one we want, right? Yes. Okay. We're going to fly this one more time with the right contract selected. Ugh. All right. Double check one more time. Yes. No weird requirements for... I was like, why did that have a sounding payload requirement? I didn't think this contract had a sounding payload requirement. And it doesn't. Oh, apologies, everyone has to see this flying a second time, but... All right, now here's the question. This didn't fail on the first launch with the wrong contract selected. So do I let myself revert this failure now? Normally I don't like to revert failures. But technically we're already in revert land. I'm gonna do it. Because I think if I don't, well, we could probably keep the program alive, but... I say we could probably keep the program alive. I'm actually not sure. Given our requirements around the tight timing of completing this program. There we go. All right, 963 still looks good. There we go. Got our contract. Much better. Up to 220 rep, which is good. Subsidy is almost 60,000, which is also good. We don't have control here, so we have to wait for this to blow up. All right. Yeah, 5 megameters. Oh, this needs a sounding payload on it for 5 megameters. I completely forgot that when I designed it. Woohoo! Okay. So we might need to give it a little more oomph. But how are we doing on early rocket development? Okay, so yeah, we still have another, technically like 2 years on this, but we'd like to have it done sooner than later. We can already take early satellites light at breakneck, and if we want heavy at breakneck, which would give us 3 years for light. But we can definitely already take everything at fast, so... Okay, so we need to double check that our 5 megameter design can actually hit 5 megameters with sounding payload on it. We might just have to stretch that upper stage a little bit to give us the extra delta V. And then we can definitely fly another downrange intermediate if we need it, but I don't think we need it. So I think we just want to get 5 megameters done, and that frees up the V2 complex for film return and advanced bio. And then, you know, we can keep flying altitude intermediate every once in a while on the Araby complex. As long as we still have access to these contracts, because why not? We'll get, you know, 10 rep is 10 rep, right? So I think that's the plan. We gotta upgrade with the sounding payload on this thing. First things first. And go from there. And Twitch is telling me that it has already been another hour. Wow. Which means it is ad break time. I need to get myself some more water. I recommend everyone else do the same. It's been another hour. If you've been sitting down the whole time, stretch your legs, get some water. I'll see everyone back in just a few minutes. We'll get this double checked for 5 megameters, and we'll see what else we can get done tonight. I'll see everyone soon. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate folks sticking around through the break. We are adding the necessary sounding payload here that I forgot to have in this rocket before. So high pressure aluminum. We need a total of 50. All right, yeah, and that drops us by like 500 meters a second. Awesome. So now we get to play with which stages can we burn longer to get us back up to up to where we need to go. We might have to stretch this bottom tank as well. Although that is very quickly going to put us at risk of crossing 15 tons. And a minute 20 on a... What's this rated for? 70 seconds? Okay. So, like, yes. But the question is, can we get... I mean... We gotta sim it. We gotta test it in the sim. 67 seems really, really tight when we're supposed to have closer to 7,000. But we'll turn on the flight recorder and we'll see where we end up. Because, yeah, I completely forgot about the sounding payload requirement for the 5 megameter when I designed this. And that might... Well, it definitely is going to cause problems. All right. Now we wait. We'll see what our AP looks like. It's gonna be low. 750 is very low for 5 megameters. No. We're going to be lucky to hit 4. 4.5. 4.6. All right. Oh, I can't believe I forgot the sounding payload. That's really going to mess this up. If we have to uprate this launch pad to get the extra couple hundred meters a second we need, I'm going to be very sad. Before we do that. Oh, post-war avionics doesn't give a... Okay, never mind. I mean, if we bring this down, does it, like, save us much? Couple meters a second. Not really enough. I mean, pushing this stage to stupid lengths is definitely, like, working. But, like, can we actually get away with burning a XASR for a minute and a half? I'm gonna guess no. I mean, we can sim with failures on and see what, You know what? Let's do it. Let's simulate with failures on, and let's just see what we get told by, by test flight about this engine. The joy of simming with failures on. But we have to. I have to see what numbers test flight is going to give me. If I have any hope of... Because, like, the failure chance and the MTBF are... Well, failure chance is low and MTBF is high, which is great. But the concern is that once we go past 40 seconds, this MTBF is going to start dropping dramatically, right? Alright, so at 40 seconds, we're fine, because it gives us a few seconds of free burn. Alright. Now we're watching this MTBF drop. Yeah, so burning much past a minute is fruitless, I think. We got a performance loss. And then we're going to get a real failure, probably very shortly. I would be very impressed if this managed to burn through. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, pushing that much past a minute is not worth it. If we're willing to upgrade the launch complex, and maybe that's what we have to do, we can keep pushing the length of this. $16.5 tons, so we also have to upgrade our avionics to 17 tons, which is gonna stink because that's gonna be expensive to tool. But this gets us up to 6872 meters a second. Let's see where that puts us. Whoa! Yeah, maybe not time warp on the spin stabilized stages. I'm starting to rush because I'm sick of flying the same rocket. And it's just going to take me longer if I rush. I should have learned this by now. But no, I have not. I also think we want to be pitched up a little higher. I think we're a little low. I'm going to change two things at once, like a good scientist. There we go. That looks much more stable. Let's try 2x time warp. That's looking pretty good. $992, okay. But we're pitched up a little bit higher, which might affect our overall trajectory. So I can't promise this will hit 5 megameters. but it's gonna be real close. .88. 9.5. 9.9. Technically, just barely. Do we have to overburn the XLR-41 just a little bit longer? Yeah, if we're going to go up to a 17-ton avionics anyway, let's get ourselves to just under 17 tons. Because I think, what, from 10.5 at 6883 to, I mean, it's only like 20 meters a second more delta V, which is not a huge amount. But let's see what we got. I mean, I could push it up another ton. I could push it up to 18 tons, and that would probably get us comfortably, and maybe that's just what I should do. Like, we have to retool the avionics anyway. So if we make it an 18-ton rocket instead of a 17-ton rocket, then that probably gives us all of the headroom we need. This is now burning for a minute 40, so it's only overburning by like 50%, which is going to be pushing it probably for test flight. All right, we're going to sim with failures on, and we're going to keep an eye on test flight, and we're going to see how we're looking as far as like MTBF with all these overburns, etc. Because we are cavemanning hard right now. Gauge autopilot. We can also tweak the flight path angle a little bit if we need to. All right, we're officially into overburn territory. Our MTBF is going to be down around 3 minutes when it burns out. A little bit under 3 minutes. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That drops very, very quickly. So we might be pushing this engine a little too hard. Like, yes, it failed, but also I could see, like, you know, we've burned for a minute and a half with a under 3 minute MTBF. Like, our failure chances are just bonkers high at that point. Let's... I mean... Yeah, take like 3 seconds off of it. Let's see where that puts us at like our final MTBF, because it is those last few seconds where the failure chance is just jumping very, very quickly. That we want to be keeping an eye out for. And obviously this thing could still fail. Like it's pushed pretty hard. And I'm not great at designing rockets this caveman-y. But let's see what we look like. Alright, we're just gonna watch it in real time. 75 seconds, we're counting up now. Five and a half minutes MTBF. .2. Oh, we had an ignition failure on the intermediate stage. Okay. That's what, I appreciate MacLeod trying to recover from that. It's not useful, but I appreciate it trying. I think we're probably okay then on our, like, failure rates for everything. But let's try again, see if we can see what our, like, burnout, our actual distance is, and, ultimately a design that barely hits 5 megameters but overburns the engines a little bit less probably has a higher chance of completing the contract than if we give ourselves more headroom but risk, you know, failures, right? Oh. That engine on the lower stage failed just as we were staging. That was... Time to sleep. Wish you a nice running week. Yeah, thank you. You have a good week as well. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. All right, yeah, 1.05 megameters. I think we're probably, whoops, I don't have the flight recorder on. Downrange, there we go. 5.2. All right, so we do have the headroom to overburn by just a little bit less on probably either of our stages. Because, yeah, we're comfortably hitting the contract here. So let's keep min-maxing here a little bit, and let's see if we can get this thing. The question is, what's the one that we're more worried about failing? I think I'm more worried about this stage than this stage. But you know what? I'm also willing to say that at this point, it's as good as it's going to get. Let's tool it. Let's tool it. Let's launch it. We have to uprate the launch pad. That's right. We are not going to do... Yeah, we're back on the 5 megameter because I forgot to put the sounding payload on the top when I designed it, so we had to redo some things, and we're gonna have to... We had to retool avionics, and we're gonna have to retool the launch pad. I thought 15 tons seemed a little bit light, and it was. But that's fine. So we had to retool for 18 tons. We're overburning the XLR-41 a little bit further. Everything's right on the edge of reliability, but I don't want to mess with it anymore. So we're going with it. What techs do we have? We have... At this point, we got avionics, so we got a little bit of free mass out of early tracking systems. But we still don't have early rocketry or early science. We're very far behind on tech. Like, money has been such an issue. But yeah, I think with the better avionics, like, it was only a small adjustment to the design. Like, we only had to burn... We went from 15 tons to 18 tons, and if I had left any headroom in my avionics or any headroom in my launch pad, it would have fit. I was just like, oh, we already designed the 5 megameter. I don't need to leave headroom. I'll make it small. And that was the mistake. But it's only going to take 2 weeks for this launch complex to be redone, so that's fine. Are we on intermediate? Actually, about 2 weeks, so... Ooh. Come on. Apparently we're out of money. Cool. That launch complex construction was expensive. Let's fly another altitude intermediate. I keep flying these things. I hate flying them, but, like... We'll not be able to... I have it set to, 1,000 funds. It just got messed up with the construction. But yeah, I might have to fire some researchers or turn off the auto-hire for a little bit. Yeah, the threshold is set pretty high on the auto-hire. Quite intentionally. What are we doing? Altitude 2. Not enough. Oh, it's 80? Really? There we go. Now we can queue it up. But yeah, every few points of reputation that I can scrounge together, I'm scrounging together. Because we are... How many researchers are we up to? 45 researchers. Is not great. But we also now need to... Okay, that funds will be first. That's fine. Fly the rocket. Queue up. Researcher auto-hire again. Although we might be kind of at the limit of what we can auto-hire. Hopefully we don't have to fly 2 of those. How are we? Yeah, we're still balance positive with 2 vessels building. It was just when the construction happened that we were balance negative. So I can go back to just keep trying to hire researchers. Once we get 5 megameter done, we're waiting for early science, and then we'll also be able to wrap up that program. But that's... All right, altitude intermediate. Let me make sure I have the contract. I do. At least with all these extra altitude intermediate flights I'm flying, we have a little more confidence. So that's nice. And, you know, pushing up the DU on the Zasser, since we're going to be overburning that pretty significantly. But yeah, if I could get this subsidy a little bit higher, I would be a lot happier. But yeah, you were saying summer of 52? We're at summer of 53, and most of that time was spent just waiting for, running the construction of the launch complexes very slowly and then waiting for research to happen while that was happening, because I couldn't afford to hire any researchers while the launch complexes were building. It was awful. All right, contract complete. Yay. Because yeah, the funding gap in hard mode is rough. All right, and it's currently the end of August. This rocket is going to be ready end of November. We don't have anything to do before that anyway, like, other than we would fly in altitude, but that's really not until the end of November on its own anyway, so I think we just push forward. Let's queue up one more altitude. Why not? Reputation is reputation. Why do I have no money? Did I mess up on my reach 100 researchers? Did I say 100 funds and not 1,000 funds in reserve? I may have done that. I may have done that backwards. All right, it's morning. Let's take the 5 megameter contract. If we have no failures, this is it. End of 1953 on hard mode. You have to accept the contract before you hit launch, but you can hit rollout, because the game hasn't created the vessel yet. Until you hit launch. If you enter the scene before you accept the contract, you have to roll back and forth or revert. I have learned that, or not learned that lesson, actually, because I keep making the same mistake. But, yeah, I think we're ready to go. And then once this is done, we'll be able to take an orbital program, and that will... Well, I'm not going to say all of our funding woes will go away, because the whole point of this is to have funding woes. But, like, you know, we'll be a little bit better. All right, let's... Just so we can watch Test Flight get more and more mad with us over the course of this burn. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, pushing a 70-second engine to over 90 seconds is a little sketchy. All right, 70 seconds. 75. We're officially overburning according to test flight now. I'm just gonna spin up. You know what? This way, if the engine fails, MacJeb should try to stage it, and if we're spun up, we at least have a chance. All right, we made it through the first stage. Second stage. This one is overburning slightly less egregiously, or maybe about the same, actually. They're both about 50% overburns. So, but because I've been launching all of those intermediate altitude rockets just to have something to do while I wait for funding and tech, we're sitting on a lot of DU for this engine. So that should help. One minute burn. And this one's not overburning, so unless test flight decides it really hates me, I think we've done it. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud. Yeah, we're gonna go a little high. Nope. Exactly 1 megameter. It's definitely a little up. It's a little vertical. But this configuration worked in the sim Yep, 5.1. There we go. New altitude record, downrange milestone, and program complete. How's that do for our subsidy? That was worth like 5,000 a year in subsidy just on its own, just from getting that done. Now Breakneck Light Sats is going to be real nice. Yes. I'm excited for Breakneck Light Sats. But we're definitely going to have to be dumping money into researchers, I think, for Breakneck Light Sats, right? Because we need... Breakneck Light, it's... Is it possible to do light sats with the early rocketry node, or am I going to need basic rocketry? I really don't know the state of the art in, like, the speedrunning, But yeah, early rocket development. I mean, we took it on Breakneck, and we still beat it by, like, a year, so... Satellites light, Breakneck. All right. We got 3 years. But the other thing that we can do now while we're waiting for light sets is we want to fly Advanced Bio and we want to fly Low Space Film Return, right? Because our V2 complex is freed up now. So, let me double check the requirements for both of those. Because we'll have those done shortly as well. Yeah, early science is in just a couple of months, so... Alright. Advanced biological suborbital needs... You know what? I'll just take the contract while I develop the mission. That's easier. There's no penalty for canceling contracts. I need to remember that. Because I think we basically just, like, take this off. We throw a decoupler on. We throw a... Where's the... Advanced Bio... We throw on a science pod, and we throw on a parachute, right? Like... Maybe, well, yeah. All right, decoupler, probe, parachute, fine. Science core, post-war avionics. Yeah, no issues. I could probably even go down. Yeah. Single shoot, that doesn't matter. Silk. 0 spares. Touchdown 9. 1 parachute used. Apply. Engine launch, deploy everything, that's all fine. Alright, this also has a sounding payload requirement, right? 200 units of sounding payload, okay. Units of sounding payload, reach an altitude of 140 kilometers, surface speed greater than 2,200 meters a second. All of that should be possible on this rocket. Think... Here, we'll turn that antenna off. The only issue is going to be that we need to be able to stage the parachute and the decoupler, which means we're probably going to need a better... We'll have to figure out how far downrange we're lobbing ourselves and what our distance to the... to our tracking station is. Because, like... Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's fine. Probably the default gets us what we need as far as comms distance. Alright. Let's sim this, and we're just going to lob it with that same MechJeb flight profile for the V2 stage, and we're going to see how close we get to completing this contract. Excuse me? I guess our upper stage is significantly lighter, and our center of mass is weird. Let's double check that. What? Okay, there we go. Yeah, our wings are a little bit too small for this configuration that has a lighter... Well, we can... Whoops. We can fix that. Just slightly more aggressive wing profile. Woo, okay. So let's pitch up a little further, because that's a very aggressive pitch over, and we don't have to be pitched over that hard. You've been using a virtual machine? How is the Linux VM treating you? Yeah, let's try 40. You know what? Let's go even higher. Let's go 45. It was a pretty fast install, yeah. It's, I actually just had to install a Windows virtual machine, because I had to do something with a stupid piece of software, and, like, it was awful how long Windows took to, like, install and be usable, and... Oh yeah, it works. It was just... Alright, how's the contract? Oh! Okay, this is just MacJeb. Auto-staging too soon. I can fix that. No, it's really just like when I've been, I haven't used Windows regularly in a long time, and I'm used to if I do reinstall something, it's a Linux distro, so just like, virtual machine or not, just the amount of stuff that the Windows installer does is, it's just a lot. Constantly trying to get you to sign up for things and hand over your data and whatever else. Just give more... Oh, yeah. What did I do? I changed this auto-staging number so MacJeb shouldn't ditch the payload until we are in space. Because we were failing the contract because we didn't have our sounding payload when we hit space. There we go. And now we should be able to stage, arm the parachute. All right, I think we just need to confirm the parachute, and then we should be good for this contract. And then we have to design something that's basically the same, except it's slightly different size for the camera. Bop. Cool. You know, I wonder if it makes sense. It's like, I'm debating whether it makes sense to try to just tool a fairing so we can keep the same, like, avionics and parachute size, even with the different payload. But honestly, it probably doesn't matter. Let's swap contracts to the suborbital film return contract, just so we can make sure that we hit the requirements for that one as well. And that should be it for suborbital research, yeah. We can definitely keep flying these for, like, science points, but... Alright, film return. Oh, this one's super easy. Alright, yeah, this doesn't even need sounding payload on it, so... Alright, so sounding payload goes away. We don't need it. The top of this is 1.25. There we go. And reconfigure that for... .25. Biocapsule goes away, and in comes camera. And parachute goes up to 1.25. You know, I wonder if I can get away with just doing this without changing the size of the avionics at all. Because this, like, eats the avionics unit. So... And that way I don't have to tool another avionics unit. Center of lift is fine. Film return. Oh, Twitch is saying it has been another hour. Wow. Time is flying. Ad is about to start. I run just the one ad break an hour. Just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I recommend, if you've been sitting around in front of your computer for a while, to get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we come back, we'll run this in the sim, and we'll make sure that we are all set. to wrap up the second program. I'll see everyone real soon. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I think we just have to sim this and double check that it completes the film return contract. That all looks good. Pin the contract. All that looks good. Yeah, this is easy. Stop auto staging at stage 1. Yes. Oh, whoops. I forgot that it does that when you engage the autopilot. I have to hit engage autopilot before I start the engine, or it'll flop the throttle. All right, we're going for 200 kilometers downrange, which we should have no problem hitting. It would probably help to have planetary photography running, get a little bit of science out of this. Yeah, we're like 700 kilometers downrange. That is no problem. Parachute was armed when we decoupled. So again, we just have to confirm our parachute is looking good, just like we did with the previous vehicle. And then we can queue these up back to back, and that'll be it for this program. Oh, I can't see how much science we have on us. Looking good. 8 meters a second on the parachute. I'm happy with 8 meters a second on the parachute. And that is also the film return contract. Awesome. So both of those are good to go for us to finish up that program. And yeah, that's what I thought. I thought my staging was wrong here. Fix our staging. If we tool this, what are we tooling? We're tooling this little sliver of a tank for the sounding payload, and we're tooling the avionics, and we're using the same avionics on both of the new rockets. So I think we can just tool that. And double check in film return. Yeah, this costs $934, and the other one costs a little over $1,000. The other one, we're still waiting for the tech, but it'll be done shortly. And let's go ahead and queue up the film return rocket. Because we have the tech for this one, so we can go ahead and fly it. And I should enable planetary photography. So at this point, it's really a matter of pushing on our reputation and also trying to get as much... Trying to get our research done as quickly as possible here. I am curious... I mean, I guess I could grab early commercial applications. Grabbing it early is painful, though. So, like, when we turn in suborbital research, like, what's going to fill our funding gap? They're like up to 30,000 a year here. And I'm not quite sure. Because, like, the subsidy we'd get from it wouldn't push us, so maybe we just hold on to this, and we fly optional, like, research. We continue to fly optional research contracts. Like, that is very much a thing we can do. All right, altitude intermediate again. Just keeping up on our trying to push our subsidy to max. And again, I think we'll get a little bit of science when we go up into space. I think we still have a few seconds of pressure and temperature scan to do up there. So when we gather that, we will be done. It's not going to be worth it to keep flying these for much longer, because we're not getting any science from them. And I think at this point, we can actually... probably start thinking about just flying the repeatable, like, camera contracts and maybe the repeatable bio contracts. Because that'll... those will give us a lot more science and probably more, well, at least as much reputation as we're getting from flying this, right? So it might be time to retire the 1-ton launch pad. As weird as that sounds. Because, yeah, we can definitely fly. Well, maybe we hold on to the 1-ton pad for this. How close are we to a ton on that rocket right now? Like, if we upgrade this to AJ-10 and more sounding payload... .785. And this has the 75 units of sounding payload on it, right? Yeah. Let's just theory craft something here. If we go to the AJ-10... and what's the burn time on that? 52 seconds. Let's see if this can hit the contract requirement, which I didn't take the contract and I've already forgotten what it was. Low space bio, 120 kilometers with 75 units of payload. All right. Because we'll be able to fly that with basic rocketry, or, yeah, early rocketry, sorry. So with early rocketry, we're gonna basically, if we can hit this with this rocket, then we'll fly this contract with it, Otherwise, I can decommission this launch pad, and we'll figure out other contracts we can fly on the other launch pad. Oh, see, this pushes us above 1 ton, though. Well, we'll modify the launch pad anyway. That's fine. That's fine. Let's just sim this, and let's see what we're looking at as far as hitting 120 with this 75 units of payload. Oh, this is 180. Okay, yeah, the AJ-10 does the job. So we'll, I could probably just do it now, because we have time. I'm going to go ahead and update this launch complex for the AJ-10 variant of the Aerobee. Yeah, because that has a decent amount of commonality. And let me look at my LC. Oh, LC2 can have a bunch more engineers. All right, let's pause the auto hire there and auto hire this up to full. All right, and with Launch Complex 1 done, yeah, we're also going to want to auto hire this one up to 17 engineers, but we'll do that later. We'll go back to auto hiring researchers. All right, we're up to 100 researchers. We still have a lot of program budget, so we can probably be pushing... Oh, no, we're not up to 100 researchers. What did we do? Oh, we just finished early science. Cool. Let's queue up the advanced bio then. What I can probably do also with the advanced bio, now that I'm thinking about it, is, well, 1, make sure biosample is on. 2, let's add mass spectrometer to this. Because that'll get us a little bit of extra science as well. And then, I don't know, I do think instead of wrapping up the program, I want to keep flying film and bio missions. Like, I think that makes more sense. Because I don't have another program that I can take right now that makes sense for me to take. So we just keep running the low, whatever it's called, suborbital research contract. And we can, you know, do the repeatables in that, at least until we get all the repeatables done. Low space film return. Double check. Photography is on. Engine. Staging looks good. Let's just grab ascent guidance. Engage autopilot in the contract. And let's go. Awesome. Well. At least we got DU for it. That's fine. We'll make one quick change to that before we fly it again. It'll end up flying after the advanced bio, but that's fine. But what I can do is I want to change this so that this also has the mass spectrometer. And we will re-enqueue that. We're going to have to fly like multiple film return and multiple advanced bios anyway to like maximize our optional contract usage, so all right, my research teams currently cost 193 and I have 155 balance. Wait, let's get to actually being done auto-hiring and then... Yeah, the ratios are about the same. Okay. So I'm gonna auto-hire researchers up to like... Not quite 200. I mean, let's auto-hire up to 150. Let's hire 50 more, and let's see where we're at. Our subsidy has been decaying, which is less than ideal. But also, as time goes on, this is going to ramp up. And suborbital research is also still ramping up. So, like, our funding is still increasing. We are in a good place funding-wise, or, like, as good as we can be given. You know, given that we're on hard mode. All right, we're not doing film return. We're doing advanced bio. It's time. It's daylight. Let's go ahead and launch this thing. Double check. That's on. Good. Oh, back jab. There we go. Yeah, mass spectrometry is waiting. Biological sample is currently invalid. That's fine. Yeah, I think we just need to grab autopilot, turn that on, and let's fly this thing. And we have to remember we can't decouple the payload stage until we hit 140 kilometers. Otherwise, we'll lose the sounding payload contract requirement. All right. Deployed. Parachute is armed. Biosample is running. Mass spectrometry is running. Neither of those are going to return a lot of data with just a few minutes. Like, mass spectrometer is 2-hour total time. Biosample is 24 hours total time. But spent a little bit of time in time and space there, so now we just wait for the parachute to deploy and for the capsule to land. Bop. Cool. Contract complete. Continuing to push ourselves a little bit closer to max rep. Still not really there. Why can I not open the thingy to recover? Hello, game? Are we tumbling too quickly? Is this the issue? That I just can't recover because we're rolling downhill? There we go. Yes, that was the issue. I didn't mean to click on that, but that's okay. Yeah, basic rocketry is going to be the next node anyway, so let's queue that up. Hopefully we can get away with early rocketry, but if we need basic rocketry, we have it. I do think we're going to want aluminum stringer tanks. Yeah, once we get early rocketry... I'm actually going to turn off Reach 150 researchers for a minute, because we now have the tech for our AJ-10, our upgraded Aerobee. So I want to get that flying. And completing the contract that it is good for. Goes in the modified LC1. Launch it. Unlock. And then I need to staff up LC1 again, right? Yes. We'll auto-hire up to 17, leaving 1,000 funds in reserve. Actually, you know what? We're not even going to do that. We're just going to hire those 7 engineers. Like, no, I can't. I can't hire 7 engineers right now, so we will auto-hire. Never mind. And then once we hit those 17 engineers, we can go back to auto-hiring researchers. Oh, we're already at 142. Okay. How are we doing on funding? Our research teams are at 280. We have 100 spare. You know what? Let's go up to 200. Why not? All right, next contract is this low-space bio-experimentation, 75 units of sounding payload, 120 kilometers. We can definitely hit it with this design. Warp till morning, so y'all can actually see what I'm doing. And we launch it. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have put the mass spectrometer in the avionics on this. I didn't even think about it. Make sure we're actually running the biological sample. I'm glad I double-checked that, too. Oh, and the staging is wrong. Everything about this rocket is terrible, but it will still hit this contract, so that's what matters. 3, 2, 1... Yeah, and this will get us quite a bit more science points. we should just be at return home safely. Yes. Because, yeah, this should already be holding, if I check the data. Earth space low. Oh, come on. Earth space low, 3.3 credits. Flying low, 3.3. Or flying high, 1.9. So that's like 5 credits. I'll take 5 science points. We should be pretty close to all the science we're going to need for orbit. And, like, we're cavemanning this in hard mode, so... whatever. Oh, no, not this again. Please, not this again. Okay, we're stabilizing. We're stabilizing. And then the last version of this is 115 units up to 140. All right, we'll have to see if we can also hit that on the same vessel. We probably can. As far as where our science goes, it goes nowhere. Unless I want to invest in solids, there's nothing I can afford. So we're basically sitting at potentially all of the tech that is before what's quote-unquote orbital rocketry, right? And, like, I think with these nodes, we can hit... I think we can probably hit orbit with the tech we have, although, like I said earlier, I would really like to see early materials science. That has us all the way out in 1955 right now, though. Alright, let's see if we can hit this last bio one on that launch complex, because then we can shut down that launch complex and, like, fire those engineers and be done. And that's money that we save. So all we have to do is go up to 115. I took the wrong contract again. How have I done that twice? Low space biological. Yes. Yes. Active. Low space biological. Okay. Oh, what are we at? 6 hours into the stream? Alright, I should wrap up soon, as much as I'm having fun. Yeah, 115 units. Let's just sim this. Oh, actually, no, let's go back into the VIB. I want to make a couple more changes. I want to add the, I want to add the mass spectrometer. I want to add the... make sure that the biological sample is actually set to enabled. Yeah, that. And then in here, Configure experiments. Mass spectrometer enabled. Okay. And then we also had a staging issue. That was everything wrong with that, I think. Yeah, and then we're going to have to tool this slightly longer intermediate tank. That's fine. All right, we'll sim that. Yeah, 140 with 115 units of sounding payload. This is going to be probably tight. We'll see how it goes. It looked like we had pretty close to the right amount of delta V. Oh yeah, no problem. 160. We're good. We don't have to see this through. So we can queue this one up, and that will be the last low space experimentation one. Let's tool first. And I think other than potentially running altitude intermediate a couple more times, we're done with this launch complex. Although actually I could probably build an upgraded version of this for altitude difficult again, huh? 75 units to 180 kilometers? Yeah, we can definitely do that. Because that's just, that's Bio B2 without the... Because this has the 75 units, yeah. So we pull out all of our experiment stuff. And then we want to make sure, yeah, we don't have the other experiment. Let's add that. Mass spectrometer, so we get a little bit of science from it. And this should have no problem hitting 180, because it hit 180 with the other stuff on it, and it's lighter now. So I think this should have no problem hitting 180. I guess I should have just queued that up while I was in the VAB. And then the optional bio. This just needs to go faster. Okay, I'm not sure if our rocket was able to hit 2800. It probably was. We can just sim this real quick and find out if we can hit this one. So let's queue up altitude 3 because that'll fly. And then if we open ADV bio, we re-sim this. I just want to see what our top speed is. If we hit that 2800 or not. Because otherwise I believe this hits all the contract requirements. $27 or 2900 orbital. I don't know which one it actually cares about. I guess I should have taken the contract so I could test it. But either way, we're like right on the edge, so it's probably not worth trying to do with this engine. Especially since we will have early rockets, we could potentially we could do it with our early orbital rocket if we needed to, right? Because, like, we do have the NAA-75, RD-200, various forms of the RD-100 at this point. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we'll sit on the next advanced bio contract. We don't have to fly that one. But I do think we can fly another low space film return, because those are easy. Although we haven't even flown the first one yet. It's really just a question of, like, when do we want to wrap up the program and what do we want our, like, program wrap-up to be. We're waiting for avionics prototypes and then also early materials science, which is currently at the end of 55. So we might be somewhere in 56 for first orbit. Obviously, as we hire more researchers, these dates will pull forward. We still need to actually design our orbital rocket and see if we can do it with the tech that we currently have, like, ready to go. Because, yeah, especially if we end up needing basic rocketry, and let's face it, we're probably going to need basic rocketry. Trying to do this with, the NAA-75 variants seems burn time 65 seconds versus 121 seconds for the A6 variant, right? Like, that is a huge difference in capability that we are probably gonna want. Plus the reliability bumps, etc., etc. Unless we want to go like RD-200. I have no idea how good this is. What are we looking at for this? 100 kilonewtons for 85 seconds versus 400 kilonewtons for, well, when it's upgraded, 120 seconds, but not upgraded is less than that. We get the Scud engine also in basic rocketry, which I know used to be one of the meta engines for Cavemanning second stages. I don't know if it is anymore. Oh, we do also have the XLR-35 now. The uprated XLR-11 as an option. As of early rocketry. And that is also, I think, not a bad upper stage. Yeah, first artificial satellite has almost no requirements. I mean, let's throw something together here. Let's see what things look like if we wanted to build a satellite launcher. We're going to have avionics on top. We're going to have... We're almost certainly going to want a kick stage, so I'm going to throw a Tiny Tim on there as a kick stage. That's arbitrarily chosen. We'll play around with options for that later. Throw on interstage. We're going to then have avionics for the upper stage. We're going to have tank for the upper stage. And for now, we're going to say the XLR-35. What's the rated burn time on this? 220 seconds. Okay. This diameter is probably subject to change. 1 meter might be a little small for this size of a stage. It actually looks relatively proportionate, but... So that's like 3,000 meters a second. Cool. And then... another coupler. Avionics for the booster stage. Fuel tank. NAA 75. Oh, we need aluminum. And then rated burn time on this is 65 seconds. Let me get a... launch clamp on there. Wow, that has like no burn time in its initial configuration. That is awful. So yeah, 5,500 meters a second is what we're sitting at. Very rough, obviously. But if we wait until we get the A6 config, then... 121 seconds. This is nowhere near orbital. And I mean, we still need to set up the avionics correctly and things like that, so, like, maybe we're, This will be avionics prototypes, controllable mass. How heavy is this rocket? Like 35. And then here, how heavy is all of this part of this rocket? Like 5 tons. All right. Again, avionics prototypes, 5 tons. And then this guy is going to be a smooth cone. You know what? Let's actually make this a cone as well. Oh, all right. What does this whole thing weigh? Yeah, 4.6. So 5 tons here. And then configure experiments. This pretty much just has to run mass spectrometer, and it has to be able to run it for like 2 hours. That's it. Xichang to like 200 kilometers. Plan. Yeah, we can do fairly low power there. Science core, avionics prototypes, EC amount, I don't know, 30? How long does that last? 17 minutes. So if we want to last 2 hours, we need like 250. All right. And oh, transmission time 100%. That shouldn't matter too much, no. Okay. So that's got the 2 hours to like transmit all of the mass spectrometry data, and that's basically all the science we're going to be able to get from this thing. But we're still only sitting at like 5 megameters downrange. So that is a problem. So this design is just fundamentally unworkable with this XLR-11 upper stage. All right, so we won't do the XLR-11. We're going to have to pick a different engine. I mean... obviously, this is burning for way too long here. Burn time is like 40 seconds. What did I do? Oh, I made the tank like 0. Oops. Yeah. I think we're just not getting enough out of the redstone. Oh, I was going to wait until we had the next AL stringers, though. And that should be a huge bump for at least a little bit of our HP AL stringer, non-high pressure AL stringer. Why is my Delta V... There we go. Yeah, like 6,000. And obviously, like, the Tiny Tim as a kick stage was temporary, but I doubt it makes a difference. It actually... The Tiny Tim is so bad as a kick stage that everything we could do, getting rid of it makes no difference in our overall Delta V. That's hilarious. Well... I might have to poke around on the Discord and see what people's caveman first orbit rockets look like. The redstone is just not enough oomph. If we are going to wait for basic rocketry, we do have the LR-43/LR-49, right? Which makes this more of like a prototype Thor. Burn time on this is 65 seconds. Yeah, and we're sitting at already set a lot more than 65 seconds. That gets us a few hundred meters a second more Delta V, so like it's a better engine than the NAA-75. But we're still not anywhere near where we need to be. The RD-200 is such a small engine. I mean, really, I guess I should be looking at, like, ASL ISP, right? 230 to 265, 216 to 248, 210 to 234. So... And yeah, the Scud is definitely an option for an upper stage as well if we're waiting for better tech, right? Like... Needs high pressure, pressure fed, alright. Burn time on this is 95 seconds. $6,000 meters a second. No matter No matter what I do. No matter what I do, everything I build is 6,000 meters a second. It is truly astounding. I mean, I could definitely stack more stages, right? That is an option. And I mean, we can also see if, yeah, we actually do get more delta V by burning this stage less, right? Because we're doing more efficient work with our lower stages. But we're still not going to get anywhere near... We're still not anywhere near the whatever we need for orbit. 9 something. Yeah, and all the other configs for this are future tech. We compare that to the XLR35, ISP is 235 versus this guy with an ISP of, yeah, 255. So the Scud is still a pretty good upper stage engine. It's just a matter of, can I... Yeah, the only change with the A6 config is the rated burn time. Alright, well, I don't think I'm gonna get a design done tonight. I wanted to play with it a little bit, but obviously there's a lot more to figure out still. I mean, we could put our kick stage back on top, but it's probably not gonna do a lot. A little bit. I mean, it also might make sense to do like a... instead of a Tiny Tim stage, like a XASR2. $63.11. If I just get rid of this stage entirely. No, $63.32. Having another stage up there makes it actively worse. So that's cool. Yep, I'm stumped. I'm not going to play with this anymore right now. I think we're going to have to go a little more further afield from traditional rocket design if we want to be able to caveman our way through with the tech we have. But like realistically, these are all the nodes we're getting. We're going to get early materials science, which is going to be a help. We're going to end up with basic rocketry. And anything past that, we're not getting. Any science points we get are basically going to have to go to satellite era electronics and satellite era science for first science orbit. Like that's 17 science points right there. If we wanted better materials and better engines, that's another, 10. That's another 17. Could we get 34 science points? Yes. Is it going to be good or fun? No. And also, given our pace for early satellites light, we only have a couple of years. We've got like 2.5 more years. It's currently July of 54. Oh, this will tell me. Yeah, end of 56. If we go any later than end of 56, then we have officially lost hard mode, I think. So yeah, that's the question, is are we going to be able to get... I'll check the Discord. I'll see what people's like caveman designs are looking like for first orbit and first science orbit. Because like first orbit is nice, plus 50 applicants, and then first science orbit. But like 60 rep plus 50 applicants that immediately go into research is going to be really nice. But looking at our current science rate, where basic rocketry is like mid 56, we basically have to have our first, at this rate, we can't even get first science orbit done on time. So that's gonna be a problem. We're gonna have to get... Because we have these other satellites that have to happen too. So our science has to get moving more quickly, and we absolutely need to be able to get our first orbit done much sooner. Ideally, I mean, when we have avionics prototypes, right? Which means that I really need to get the rocket designed and get the launch complex built. All right, well, that is it for today. Thanks very much, everyone who tuned in. I really appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch in the description. And we'll see when we come back to hard mode, if we come back to this hard save. We might not. But this was fun. It was a challenge. It definitely forced me to engage more with, like, the management mechanics, playing with such, like, limited resources. And I really enjoyed that. So we might come back to this. Thanks again, and I'll see y'all next time.